Tonight, I want to speak to the part of you that feels a little tender, the part that trusted and then quietly broke. Perhaps no one else can see it. Perhaps during the day you smile, you work, you answer messages, you move through conversations as if nothing has shifted. But at night, when the lights are off, when there is no more noise to protect you, you feel it. That subtle ache in the chest, that memory that rises without asking permission, that question that keeps whispering, why? Emotional betrayal is a quiet kind of pain. It is not always loud. It does not always come with dramatic endings. Sometimes it comes in the form of words shared in confidence, repeated elsewhere. Sometimes it comes in promises slowly forgotten. Sometimes it comes in the realization that someone you leaned on was not standing as steadily as you believed. And what hurts most is not only what they did, it is the crack in trust. It is the way your heart now hesitates where it once opened freely. Tonight, we will not rush to forgive. We will not force understanding. We will not pretend it didn't hurt. Instead, we will sit gently with the bruise. In the spirit of the Buddha's teaching, we will look at pain not as an enemy, but as a visitor that has come to show us something about attachment, about expectation, about the fragile beauty of trust. So let your body soften into your bed. Let your shoulders drop a little. Let your jaw unclench. Take one slow breath in and a slower breath out. This is not a night for solving. This is a night for healing. And we begin with a story. Tonight's first story is called Story 1, The Letter Never Sent. There once was a woman named Elin who lived in a small coastal town where the sea was always speaking. She had one friend she trusted more than anyone else. They had grown together through years of shared secrets, shared fears, shared laughter that felt like home. Elin believed their friendship was unbreakable, not because it was perfect, but because it felt honest. One autumn evening, Elin confided something deeply personal, a fear she had carried since childhood. It was not dramatic. It was not scandalous. It was simply vulnerable. She shared it softly, with hesitation. Her friend listened, nodded, reached for her hand, and for a moment, Elin felt lighter. But a week later, something shifted. At a small gathering, someone made a comment, a subtle one, about the very fear she had shared in confidence. The words were almost playful, almost harmless, but precise, too precise. And in that instant, Elin understood. The room kept talking. Laughter continued. The sea outside kept moving. But inside her chest, something collapsed. It wasn't anger at first. It was disbelief. A quiet, hollow disbelief. Maybe I'm mistaken, she told herself. But the eyes of her friend did not meet hers that night, and that silence confirmed everything. Betrayal rarely announces itself loudly. It reveals itself in small fractures. A look avoided, a story retold, a trust misplaced. For days, Elin replayed the moment again and again. She wanted to confront. She wanted to defend herself. She wanted to protect the fragile pieces of dignity she felt slipping. But more than anything, she wanted to go back to the version of herself who trusted so easily. That was what hurt the most. Not just losing trust in another, but losing the innocence of her own openness. At night, she began writing letters. Letters she never intended to send. She wrote, "Why did you share it? Did it not matter to you? Did I misunderstand what we were?" The ink held her confusion. The paper absorbed her sadness. And each letter ended the same way. "I don't know how to feel safe now." As you listen, notice if part of you recognizes this. Perhaps you too have written invisible letters in your mind, replaying conversations, imagining what you would say. Let your breath slow again. In Buddhism, we are taught about dukkha, the subtle unsatisfactoriness woven into human relationships. Not because people are evil, but because people are imperfect. Trust is beautiful, and because it is beautiful, it is fragile. Elin did not sleep well that week. Her mind kept trying to solve something that could not be undone. Until one night, exhausted, she walked down to the sea. The moon reflected on the water, broken into 1,000 trembling pieces by the waves. And as she watched, she realized something gentle. The moon itself was not broken. Only the reflection was disturbed. She sat with that thought. Perhaps her capacity to trust, her capacity to love, had not been destroyed. Only the reflection, her image of this one relationship, had been shaken. And in that quiet understanding, something softened. Not forgiveness, not yet, but space. Space between the pain and her identity. She whispered to the sea, "This hurts, but it is not who I am." And that was the first moment healing began. Elin returned to the sea every evening after that. Not because the pain disappeared, it didn't, but because the ocean did not ask her to explain herself. It simply moved. Some nights, the water was calm, barely touching the shore. Other nights, It crashed against the rocks with restless force, and Elin began to notice something. The sea did not apologize for its waves. It did not cling to the calm days. It did not resist the stormy ones. It simply allowed its nature to unfold. One evening, as she sat wrapped in her coat, she asked herself a question she had been avoiding. Why does this hurt so much? At first, the easy answer came, because she betrayed me. But beneath that, there was something deeper. It hurt because she had believed in permanence. She had believed this bond was untouchable. She had wrapped part of her emotional safety around another human being. And when that person acted imperfectly, her sense of safety cracked. In Buddhist teaching, attachment is not love. Attachment says, you must behave in a certain way for me to feel secure. Love says, I care for you, but I understand you are human. Elin realized that part of her suffering was not only about the betrayal itself, it was about the image she had built, an image of a flawless friendship, an image of someone who would never make this kind of mistake. And now that image had shattered. She felt foolish for having trusted so deeply. But as she sat there, she remembered something an old monk once told her when she was younger. Trusting is never foolish. It is brave. The monk had explained that the heart must open to live fully, and sometimes, when it opens, it will be bruised. But a closed heart suffers differently. A closed heart becomes rigid, suspicious, alone. Elin began to see that her pain was not proof that she had been naive. It was proof that she had been courageous. And slowly, her anger softened into something more complex. She did not excuse what had happened. She did not pretend it didn't matter. But she stopped turning the blade against herself. She stopped saying, I should have known. Instead, she began saying, I loved honestly. And that sentence felt different. It felt clean. A week later, her friend finally came to her door. There were no dramatic apologies, no grand speeches, just awkwardness and quiet regret. I shouldn't have repeated it, her friend said, eyes lowered. I didn't think it would spread. I didn't realize it would hurt you this way. Elin felt the old pain rise again, but this time she did not react immediately. She had spent evenings watching the sea. She had spent nights writing letters she never sent. She had spent time with her own tenderness. So instead of attacking, she spoke slowly. It wasn't just the words, she said. It was the trust. Her friend nodded. There were no perfect resolutions that night. Trust, once cracked, does not instantly repair. But something important happened. Elin did not beg for reassurance. She did not pretend everything was fine, and she did not close her heart completely. She chose something more balanced. She chose a boundary. "I need time," she said gently, "and I need to know that when I share something sacred, it stays sacred." This was new for her. Before, she would have swallowed her hurt to keep peace, but betrayal had taught her something. Compassion without boundaries becomes self-abandonment. And healing sometimes means learning where your edges are. As you listen to this, notice your own edges. Perhaps someone crossed them. Perhaps you didn't speak up at the time. That is okay. You are learning now. Healing after emotional betrayal is not about becoming colder. It is about becoming clearer. Clearer about what you deserve. Clearer about what you will allow. Clearer about the difference between forgiveness and forgetting. Elin and her friend did not return to the exact version of closeness they once had, and that too was part of healing. Not all relationships return to their former shape. Some evolve, some soften, some slowly drift apart. And none of those outcomes mean you failed. They simply mean life is moving. Months later, Elin found the stack of letters she had written. She read them again. The desperation, the confusion, the longing for safety. She placed them back in their box and smiled softly. Those letters had never been meant for her friend. They had been meant for herself. A space to release, a space to process, a space to feel without judgment. And she realized something quietly powerful. The betrayal had not destroyed her ability to trust. It had refined it. She trusted now, not blindly, but consciously. Not desperately, but steadily. She understood that people can love you and still disappoint you. She understood that you can forgive someone and still adjust how close you stand. And most importantly, she understood that her worth had never depended on someone else's discretion. The moon was full again that night. Its reflection shimmered on the water. And though the waves still trembled, the moon remained whole, just as she was. Take a slow breath in. Let it fill the spaces in your chest where tightness lingers, and breathe out gently. In the next story, we will explore a different kind of emotional betrayal. Not the kind between friends, but the quiet betrayal of unspoken expectations in love. The next story is called Story 2, The Promise He Never Named. There was once a man named Aaron who believed he was very clear in love. He was kind. He was attentive. He remembered small details. The way Mira liked her tea, the stories about her childhood dog, the songs that made her quiet. And because he did these things, he believed something silently. She knows what I feel, but he never said it, not directly. He never spoke the promise aloud. He assumed it was understood. Mira, on the other hand, felt something slightly different. She felt warmth, yes. She felt care, but she also felt uncertainty. Aaron avoided certain conversations. When she asked about the future, he would smile and say, "Let's not rush." When she spoke about commitment, he would change the subject gently, almost skillfully, not dismissing her, just redirecting. And so they lived in a quiet space between clarity and assumption. No arguments, no dramatic conflicts, just a soft tension neither of them named. Until one evening, Mira saw something that shifted everything. A message. Not scandalous, not romantic, but intimate in tone. From someone Aaron used to love. The words were simple, familiar, comfortable, too comfortable. When she asked him about it, he seemed surprised by her reaction. "It's nothing," he said calmly. "We're just friends." And perhaps that was true. But what pierced Mira's heart was not the message itself. It was the realization that they had never clearly defined what they were. She had assumed commitment. He had assumed flexibility. She had assumed exclusivity. He had assumed openness. Neither had lied, but neither had been fully transparent. That night, Mira felt betrayed. Not because he had cheated, not because he had broken a spoken vow, but because the promise she believed existed had never actually been named. Emotional betrayal sometimes grows in silence. It grows in the space between what we expect and what is actually agreed upon. Mira lay awake, replaying every conversation. Did I imagine it? Was I too sensitive? Did I create a story that wasn't real? The mind after betrayal becomes a courtroom. Every memory becomes evidence. But the heart simply feels what it feels. In Buddhist teaching, suffering often arises not from reality itself, but from the story we attach to it. Mira's story had been one of security. Aaron's story had been one of possibility. Neither was evil, but they were misaligned. And misalignment, when discovered, can feel like deception. The next day, instead of accusing, Mira did something brave. She asked for honesty, not reassurance, not flattery, honesty. "What are we?" she asked quietly. Aaron hesitated, not because he wanted to hurt her, but because he had never truly asked himself that question. He cared for her deeply, but he feared limitation. He feared being confined by expectations he wasn't sure he could meet. And in that hesitation, Mira felt the answer. Tears came, not from anger, but from clarity. She realized she had been building a future inside her mind, a home made of assumptions. And now she could see that Aaron was still standing at the doorway, undecided whether to step in. That recognition hurt more than any dramatic betrayal could have, because it meant she had trusted an unspoken promise. If you have ever experienced this kind of pain, the pain of discovering that what felt solid was actually undefined, let your breath slow here. You were not foolish. You were hopeful. Hope is not weakness, but hope without communication can become illusion. And illusion, when dissolved, feels like loss. Mira did not storm out. She did not scream. Instead, she did something quietly powerful. She said, "I don't need you to be who I imagined, but I need to know who you truly are." This was the beginning of her healing, not demanding that he change, not shrinking her needs to keep him, but standing gently in her own truth. Aaron did not answer immediately. Silence filled the space between them. Not hostile, not cold, just heavy with truth that had been waiting too long. He looked at Mira in a way he hadn't before. Not as someone who might stay, not as someone who might leave, but as someone who deserved clarity. "I care about you," he said slowly, "but I've been afraid to promise something I'm not completely sure I can sustain." The words were careful, measured, and honest. Mira felt her chest tighten, but not in the same way as before. This pain was cleaner. There was no guessing inside it, no invisible story to decode, just reality. In Buddhist practice, there is something called right speech, words that are truthful, timely, and spoken with care. Arun's honesty came late, but it came sincerely. And sometimes, late honesty is still better than prolonged illusion. Mira closed her eyes for a moment. She noticed the ache in her body, the disappointment, the small mourning for the future she had imagined. But beneath all of it, she felt something surprising. Relief. Relief that she no longer had to guess. Relief that she could finally respond to what was real, instead of what she hoped was true. They talked for a long time that evening. Not to fix things, not to negotiate, but to understand. Arun admitted that part of him enjoyed the comfort of her devotion without fully stepping into responsibility. He hadn't meant to deceive her, but he also hadn't corrected her assumptions. Mira admitted that she had been afraid to ask directly, fearing the answer might not match her desire. Both had participated in the silence. Both had avoided discomfort, and discomfort, when avoided, quietly grows. Emotional betrayal is not always about someone breaking a rule. Sometimes it is about two people avoiding honesty, avoiding vulnerability, avoiding the risk of hearing something they might not like. And in that avoidance, trust slowly weakens. But here is the gentle truth. Clarity can feel like loss, but it is also freedom. Mira understood that night that she could not force Aaron into certainty, and she did not want a promise given out of pressure. So she chose something radical. She chose herself. "I need a kind of commitment you're not ready to give," she said softly, "and I respect your honesty, but I can't stay in something undefined." There was no shouting, no dramatic goodbye. Just two people recognizing their paths were not aligned. It hurt. Of course it hurt. But the pain was different from betrayal born of lies. This pain carried dignity. Weeks passed. There were lonely evenings, moments when Mira questioned if she had been too strict, moments when she almost reached for her phone. But each time, she placed her hand on her chest and asked herself, "What do I truly need to feel safe in love?" And she listened. Healing after emotional betrayal is not about hardening. It is about refining your understanding of what nourishes you. Mira began to see that her pain had been teaching her. It had shown her where she abandoned her own needs. It had shown her how easily she filled silence with hopeful assumptions. It had shown her that clarity is an act of self-respect. And slowly, the ache softened. Not because Arun became the villain, not because she erased her memories, but because she accepted what was true. In Buddhist wisdom, attachment creates suffering when we cling to what is uncertain, as if it were permanent. Mira had clung to a future that had not yet been agreed upon. Now, she released it. And in releasing it, she felt lighter. Months later, when she thought of Arun, her heart did not tighten. It simply remembered. There was gratitude for what had been real. There was compassion for what had been misaligned. And there was pride in herself for choosing clarity over comfort. She realized something deeply peaceful. Not every ending is a betrayal. Some endings are revelations. Revelations that guide us toward relationships where promises are not assumed, but spoken, held, honored. Take a slow breath in and let it go gently. Feel the surface beneath you supporting your body. If you have ever felt betrayed by what was left unsaid, if you have ever discovered that your expectations were built alone, know this: you are not weak for wanting clarity. You are not demanding for wanting security. And you are not foolish for hoping. Hope is beautiful. It simply needs truth beside it. Story 3. The Wall She Built to Feel Safe. After everything ended, after the conversations, and the clarity and the quiet grief. Mira told herself something firm. Never again. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't shouted. It was whispered one night while she lay alone in her bed, staring at the ceiling. Never again would she assume. Never again would she open so quickly. Never again would she let someone reach the softest parts of her without proof. Layers and layers of proof. At first, this felt empowering. She moved through the world with sharper awareness. She noticed red flags. She asked direct questions. She kept pieces of herself private. Friends even admired her new composure. "You seem stronger," one of them said. And in many ways, she was. But strength, when born from fear, can slowly turn into armor, and armor, worn too long, becomes heavy. Months passed. Someone new entered her life, gentle, patient, kind in ways that did not demand attention. His name was Daniel. He did not rush her. He did not overwhelm her with promises. He simply showed up consistently. Yet Mira found herself studying him, not with curiosity, but with suspicion. When he was late to reply, her chest tightened. When he mentioned a female colleague, her mind quietly prepared for betrayal. When he expressed affection, she held back, not because she didn't feel it, but because she feared the vulnerability that followed. This is the subtle betrayal we rarely speak about, the betrayal of closing our own heart in order to avoid being hurt again. One evening, Daniel reached for her hand as they walked. She allowed it, but her body remained slightly stiff. He noticed. "You seem far off sometimes," he said gently. The words were not accusatory, just observant. Mira felt something uncomfortable rise inside her, because he was right. She was present, but guarded, smiling, but measuring, listening, but evaluating. That night, she sat alone and asked herself a difficult question. Am I protecting myself, or am I punishing myself? In Buddhist teaching, there is a concept of the second arrow. The first arrow is the initial pain, the betrayal, the disappointment, the loss. The second arrow is the suffering we add afterward, the stories, the defenses, the walls that keep joy out along with danger. Mira realized that the first arrow had already landed months ago, but now she was holding the second arrow herself. And each time she withheld affection out of fear. Each time she assumed the worst before evidence. Each time she silenced her tenderness. She was wounding her own capacity for connection. Healing does not mean pretending the first arrow never happened. It means deciding not to keep shooting yourself with the second. Mira understood that trust is not a guarantee. It is a risk, and risk cannot be eliminated, only chosen wisely. She began a small practice. Whenever fear rose, that tightening in her chest, that instinct to withdraw, she would pause. She would breathe slowly. And instead of asking, "How can I protect myself?" she would ask, "What is actually happening right now?" Most of the time, nothing dangerous was happening. There was no evidence of betrayal, only memory. Memory dressed as warning. And while memory can teach, it can also imprison. One afternoon, Daniel shared something vulnerable about his own past, a betrayal that had left him hesitant for years. As he spoke, Mira saw the tremor in his voice, the careful way he chose his words, and suddenly something shifted. He was not her past. He was not the person who had hurt her. He was simply another human being, also trying. And in that recognition, her wall developed a crack, not a collapse, just a small opening, enough for air to move through. Take a slow breath in. Notice if you too have built walls. Notice how they feel. Heavy, safe, lonely. There is no judgment here. Walls are built for a reason. They protect what feels fragile. But tonight, we gently ask, are the walls still necessary in every direction? Or can there be small gates that open slowly, consciously? The crack in the wall did not feel dramatic. There was no sudden transformation, no sweeping declaration of fearless love. It was quieter than that. The next time Mira felt the familiar tightening, when Daniel took longer than usual to respond, she noticed the surge of old fear rising like a reflex. Her mind began preparing its defense. See, this is how it starts. Distance, disappointment. But instead of obeying the thought, she placed her phone down. She closed her eyes, and she breathed. In, slowly. Out, even slower. She remembered the teaching of the second arrow. The first arrow had been months ago. This moment was neutral. Her body was reacting to memory, not reality. When Daniel eventually replied, apologizing for being stuck in a long meeting, Mira felt something almost surprising. Embarrassment, not because she had done anything wrong, but because she saw how quickly fear tries to rewrite the present. And instead of shaming herself for that fear, she did something different. She softened toward it. "Of course you're afraid," she whispered inwardly. "You were hurt." Compassion, directed inward, began dissolving what force never could. Healing after emotional betrayal is not about forcing trust. It is about rebuilding safety inside yourself first. Mira began journaling again, but this time, instead of writing letters filled with confusion, She wrote simple reflections. What am I afraid of right now? What evidence do I have? What do I need in this moment? Sometimes the answer was reassurance. Sometimes it was space. Sometimes it was simply patience. And slowly, she began speaking more openly with Daniel, not accusing, not demanding, just honest. When you go quiet, it triggers something in me, she admitted one evening. I'm working on it, but I want you to understand where it comes from. Daniel didn't react defensively. He listened. And in his listening, Mira felt something new. Partnership. Not perfection, not guarantees, but willingness. That willingness felt more stable than any silent promise ever had. Weeks turned into months. Mira noticed her laughter becoming less restrained. Her shoulders relaxed more easily around him. She still felt flickers of fear that may never disappear completely, but they no longer controlled her choices. The wall she had built did not crumble violently. It slowly transformed into a fence with a gate, and she held the key. This is what resilience looks like. Not naivete, not blind faith, but conscious openness. In Buddhist teaching, impermanence is not meant to frighten us. It is meant to free us. Nothing is guaranteed. No relationship comes with certainty. But that does not mean we close our hearts. It means we love while understanding change is possible. Mira finally understood something profound. The betrayal she feared most was no longer someone else leaving. It was abandoning herself. And now, she wasn't doing that anymore. She spoke her needs. She listened to her intuition. She stayed present instead of predicting disaster. Whether Daniel remained in her life for years or only a season, she knew something steady had been rebuilt. Trust in herself. And that kind of trust cannot be taken by anyone. One evening, as she lay in bed, Daniel asleep beside her, she noticed something subtle. Her body felt calm, not tense, not braced, just calm. The same body that once tightened at every uncertainty now rested. And she realized healing is not loud. It is not an announcement. It is this: the quiet return of ease, the softening of breath, the ability to love again, not because the world is safe, but because you are grounded within yourself. Take a slow breath now. Notice your body. If you have built walls, honor them. They were built by a version of you that was trying to survive. But also, know this: you are allowed to lower them slowly. You are allowed to love again. You are allowed to trust wisely, unconsciously, gently. In our next story, we will explore a different dimension of emotional betrayal. The betrayal that comes not from romantic love, but from family, where expectations run deeper and wounds linger longer. The next story is called Story 4. The words she never thought he would say. Take one soft breath, and when you are ready, we will continue. Some betrayals do not come from lovers. They come from the voices that raised us. The voices we learned to trust before we even understood language. Lena had always believed that no matter what happened in her life, her father would stand beside her. He was not overly affectionate, not expressive, but steady. Or at least, that is how she remembered him. When Lena decided to leave a stable corporate job to pursue a quieter life as a therapist, she expected concern, maybe even disagreement, but not what she heard. "You're being unrealistic," her father said one evening at dinner. "You've always been too sensitive. This world doesn't reward sensitivity." The words were spoken plainly, not shouted, but they landed like stones. Too sensitive. The phrase echoed inside her chest long after the plates were cleared. It wasn't just criticism. It felt like dismissal, as if the very qualities she had worked so hard to understand in herself were flaws in his eyes. She had expected hesitation. She had not expected rejection. Family betrayal is uniquely painful because it touches old roots. It awakens childhood memories. It reopens questions we thought were resolved. Am I enough? Was I ever enough? Lena went home that night and sat on the edge of her bed in silence. She told herself he was just worried. She told herself he came from a different generation. She told herself not to be dramatic, but tears came anyway. Not only for the present conversation, but for all the times she had felt misunderstood growing up. All the times she had tried to prove that her softness was strength. And now, hearing those words again, it felt like being 12 years old, small, unseen. In Buddhist psychology, we speak of conditioning, the impressions left on us early in life that shape how we interpret events. Lena realized that her father's words had activated something old. It wasn't only about career choices. It was about belonging. When the people who formed your earliest sense of safety question who you are, it shakes the ground beneath you. For days, she avoided his calls, not out of anger, but because she didn't trust her voice not to tremble. She felt betrayed by someone who might not even realize he had betrayed her. And that kind of betrayal is the most confusing, because there is no villain, just misalignment of understanding. One evening, unable to sleep, Lena stepped outside onto her small balcony. The city was quiet, a few distant lights, a soft wind moving through trees. She placed her hand on her chest and asked herself, "What exactly am I grieving?" The answer surprised her. She wasn't grieving his approval. She was grieving the image of unconditional support she had carried her whole life. She had believed that no matter what she chose, he would affirm her, and now she saw that his love came with filters, filters of fear, filters of expectation, filters of his own unfinished dreams. That realization hurt, but it also brought clarity. Her father's words were not a measure of her worth. They were a reflection of his own worldview. And worldviews are shaped by experiences, not by ultimate truth. A week later, she agreed to meet him for coffee. Her heart pounded as she sat across from him. He looked the same as always, calm, reserved, unaware of the storm his words had created. She took a breath. "When you said I'm too sensitive," she began slowly, "it felt like you were saying who I am isn't enough." Her father shifted uncomfortably. "That's not what I meant," he replied. "I just don't want you to struggle." And there it was. Fear, not rejection. Fear. He had grown up in hardship. He believed security was survival. Sensitivity in his world was vulnerability to danger. They spoke for a long time, not perfectly, not with sudden emotional breakthroughs, but with more honesty than they had ever shared before. They did not resolve everything that afternoon. There was no cinematic apology, no dramatic embrace, but something subtle shifted. For the first time, Lena saw her father not as the solid authority of her childhood, but as a human being shaped by fear. He told her about his early years, jobs that disappeared overnight, opportunities that never came back, the constant pressure to provide. "In my world," he said quietly, staring into his coffee, "security was everything. I didn't have the luxury to explore who I was." Lena listened, and as she listened, something inside her softened. Not because his words had not hurt, they had, but because she realized his criticism was never truly about her sensitivity. It was about his survival. He feared that her softness would expose her to a world he believed was unforgiving. He mistook tenderness for fragility. But Lena had lived long enough to know something different. Her sensitivity was the reason clients trusted her. It was the reason friends felt safe around her. It was the reason she could sit with another person's grief without turning away. It was not weakness. It was attunement. And she no longer needed him to fully understand that for it to be true. This is one of the most difficult lessons in healing family betrayal. You may never receive the exact validation you hoped for, Parents are human. They carry their own conditioning, their own wounds, their own blind spots, and sometimes their love comes wrapped in fear. Lena stopped trying to change her father's worldview. Instead, she changed her expectation. She stopped seeking affirmation from someone who measured safety differently than she did. And in doing so, something remarkable happened. She felt lighter, not because he suddenly agreed with her career choice, but because she no longer placed her identity in his hands. One evening, weeks later, her father sent her a short message. "I still worry," it read, "but I can see you care deeply about what you're doing. I hope it brings you meaning." It was not poetic. It was not emotionally expressive. But for him, it was growth. And Lena smiled. Healing did not mean rewriting her childhood. It meant seeing clearly. She understood now that his earlier words had pierced her because she had unconsciously believed that his approval defined her worth. When that illusion dissolved, it hurt. But once dissolved, it could not control her anymore. In Buddhist thought, suffering often arises when we attach to how we believe others should be. When reality does not match that image, we feel betrayed. But reality has always been what it is. Her father had always been cautious, always pragmatic, always protective in his own rigid way. She had simply hoped he would be different in this moment. And hope, when unmet, can feel like betrayal. But unmet hope is not the same as lack of love. One night, as Lena prepared for sleep, she reflected on something important. She had not lost her father. She had lost an image. And losing an image, though painful, can bring freedom. She could now love him as he was, limited in some ways, steady in others. And she could love herself without waiting for him to fully understand. That is a powerful kind of healing, not dramatic, not loud, but grounded. Take a slow breath in. If someone in your family has said words that pierced deeper than expected, notice what part of you felt small. Notice what expectation may have been resting there, and gently ask, "Can I release the image without rejecting the person? Can I stand in my truth, even if they never fully see it?" You do not need perfect understanding to live authentically. You only need self-trust. Now, as this night deepens, we move to our final story before we close. This one is softer, quieter. It is about betrayal that does not come from others at all. It comes from the moment we abandon our own inner voice. The next story is called Story 5. The Whisper She Ignored. Take one slow breath, and we will continue. Not all betrayal comes from outside. Some of the deepest wounds are the ones we quietly give ourselves. Sophia had always described herself as intuitive. She could sense tension in a room before anyone spoke. She could feel when something was misaligned long before evidence appeared. Her friends often said, "You just know things." And most of the time, she trusted that knowing. Until the day she didn't. She met someone charming, warm, attentive, expressive in ways that felt intoxicating. In the beginning, everything moved quickly, too quickly. There were grand gestures, big plans, future conversations in the first few weeks, and beneath all of it, a small whisper, "Slow down." But Sophia ignored it because the attention felt good, because the loneliness she had carried for months softened in his presence, because she wanted this to work. The whisper returned on quiet evenings, when his stories didn't quite align, when he avoided certain questions, when promises were made with more enthusiasm than consistency. But each time the whisper rose, she countered it with logic. Don't overthink. You're being cautious because of the past. Give it a chance. And so she silenced the voice that once guided her. Months later, the truth unfolded. Not in one dramatic explosion, but in a series of small discoveries, half-truths, omissions, affections shared elsewhere. Nothing she could immediately label as catastrophic, but enough to confirm what her intuition had known from the beginning. The pain was sharp, but beneath the pain was something else. Disappointment in herself, not because she had trusted someone, but because she had ignored her own knowing. This is a very quiet kind of emotional betrayal. The moment we override our inner wisdom in order to maintain comfort, the moment we trade clarity for hope. Sophia sat on her bedroom floor the night everything became undeniable, not crying loudly, just breathing shallowly. The betrayal from him hurt, but the deeper ache came from within. "I knew," she whispered to herself. "I knew." In Buddhist practice, awareness is sacred. The mind is often noisy, but beneath the noise, there is a deeper intelligence, a stillness that recognizes alignment and misalignment without drama. Sophia realized that she had not lacked intuition. She had lacked the courage to follow it, and that recognition felt heavy, but also empowering. Because if she had ignored her inner voice, it meant she could choose differently next time. She placed her hand over her heart, and instead of attacking herself with blame, She asked gently, "Why did I silence you?" The answer came softly, "I was afraid to lose him." There it was, fear of loneliness, fear of starting over, fear of being alone again. So she had betrayed herself in order to avoid abandonment, but in doing so, she had abandoned herself. Take a slow breath here. Notice if there has ever been a whisper in your life, a subtle knowing you tried to negotiate with. No judgment, just awareness. Awareness is where healing begins. For several days, Sophia moved slowly, not dramatically heartbroken, not outwardly angry, just thoughtful. She replayed the early moments of the relationship, the subtle inconsistencies, the small contractions in her chest, the hesitation she had dismissed. And instead of criticizing herself, she began studying those memories with curiosity. What did the whisper feel like? It wasn't loud. It wasn't anxious. It wasn't panicked. It was calm. That surprised her. The anxious voice had been the one urging her to hold on, to secure, to not lose him. But the intuitive whisper had been steady and quiet, almost neutral, just a gentle, "This isn't aligned." She realized she had confused anxiety for intuition. Anxiety speaks urgently. Intuition speaks softly. Anxiety demands immediate action. Intuition simply observes. And in the noise of desire and fear, she had listened to the louder voice. This understanding changed something fundamental. The betrayal was no longer just about him. It became a lesson in discernment. Sophia began a new practice each morning. Before checking her phone, before stepping into conversation, she would sit still for 5 minutes, eyes closed, breathing naturally, and she would ask herself one simple question: what feels true today? At first, there was silence, then small sensations, a tightness here, a warmth there. She began learning the language of her own body again. When something felt misaligned, there was a subtle contraction, not dramatic, just inward. When something felt right, there was space, ease. The more she practiced, the more confident she became, not in predicting the future, but in trusting her present awareness. Weeks later, when she met someone new, she moved differently. Not guarded like Mira once had been, not armored, but attentive. She listened not only to his words, but to her body. When something felt unclear, she asked about it. When something felt rushed, she slowed it down. And when the whisper appeared, calm and steady, she honored it. This time, she did not silence it. She did not argue with it. She respected it. And something beautiful happened. her relationships became simpler. There was less drama, less overthinking, less emotional turbulence, because she was no longer negotiating against herself. In Buddhist teaching, the refuge is not outside. It is not in another person's consistency, not in their promises. The true refuge is awareness. When you are deeply aware of your sensations, your fears, your patterns, you move through life with wisdom. Sophia realized the deepest betrayal she had feared was not someone lying. It was losing connection to her own inner guidance. And now, that connection was stronger than ever. One quiet evening, months after the relationship had ended, she sat by her window, watching the sky turn from gold to deep blue. There was no bitterness, no resentment, just gratitude. Gratitude for the lesson, gratitude for the whisper that never truly left her, even when ignored. She smiled softly. "Thank you," she whispered inwardly, not to him, but to herself, to the part that knew, to the part that waited patiently for her to listen again. And in that moment, she felt whole. Not because she had avoided pain, but because she had grown through it. Take a slow breath in now, and as you exhale, feel the weight of this night settling gently around you. We have walked through betrayal between friends, between lovers, within family, and within ourselves. And now, it is time to rest. In the next section, we will gather the threads of these stories and gently guide the heart towards sleep. We will move into the ending, returning to the heart that is still whole. Take one more soft breath and let your body sink a little deeper into stillness. Now the night has grown quieter, the stories have softened, and you are still here, breathing, listening, existing. Emotional betrayal can make us feel fractured. It can make us question our judgment, our worth, our ability to trust again. But if you look closely, through every story tonight, something remained untouched. The moon's reflection trembled, but the moon was whole. Promises dissolved, but dignity remained. Harsh words pierced, but identity endured. Walls were built, but gates could open. Whispers were ignored, but they never disappeared. The heart bends, but it does not disappear. And what you have been healing is not your capacity to love. It is your relationship with fear. Let your body relax now. Feel the support beneath you. Notice the rise and fall of your breath. In Buddhist practice, we return again and again to simple awareness. Because awareness is stable. Awareness is home. Take a slow breath in and gently breathe out. If someone betrayed your trust, acknowledge the pain without resistance. Yes, it hurt. Yes, it mattered. But also, see this. Their actions revealed something. Their limitations taught you something. Their absence strengthened something. You are not the betrayal. You are the awareness that experienced it. And awareness cannot be broken. Now, as you lie here, imagine placing every memory from tonight into a small lantern. The friend who shared what was sacred. The lover who never named the promise. The parent whose words carried fear. The wall built for protection. The whisper once ignored. Place them gently inside. You do not have to throw them away. You do not have to cling to them. Just hold them lightly. See the lantern floating on calm water. And notice, you are not inside the lantern. You are the one watching from the shore. This is freedom. Now we will practice a soft meditation for healing and sleep. Bring your attention to your chest. Imagine a warm, golden light there. Not bright, not overwhelming, just steady. With every inhale, the light grows slightly warmer. With every exhale, it spreads gently through your body. Let it move into your shoulders, releasing tension, into your jaw, softening, into your stomach, easing any tightness. If there is still a bruise in your heart, let the golden light rest there. You do not need to fix the bruise. You only need to surround it with kindness. Silently repeat in your mind, I am allowed to heal. I am allowed to trust wisely. I am allowed to love again. I am not defined by what hurt me. Slowly, gently, no force. Betrayal can teach discernment. It can teach boundaries. It can teach clarity. But it does not get to define your future. Tonight, you release the sharp edges of the memory, not by forgetting, but by understanding. Understanding that all beings act from their level of awareness, some from fear, some from confusion, some from unhealed wounds. And you are learning to act from consciousness, from steadiness, from compassion that includes yourself. The body is growing heavier now, the breath slower. If thoughts arise, let them drift like clouds. You do not need to follow them. You have followed enough stories for one night. Now, rest in simple presence. Inhale gently. Exhale slowly. Feel the mattress beneath you. Feel the air touching your skin. Feel the quiet strength inside your chest. Your heart is still capable of love, still capable of trust, still capable of peace. Nothing essential was taken from you. Only illusions have fallen away, and what remains is real. As sleep approaches, imagine yourself walking along calm water at night. The moon above you, whole, the reflection shimmering, moving but beautiful. You understand now. Reflections change. Waves rise and fall. But the source remains steady, and so do you. Let your breathing become natural. Let your body surrender to gravity. Let the golden light in your chest dim softly into warmth. You are safe in this moment. You are learning. You are healing. And tonight, you can rest. Good night. May your sleep be gentle.